Good morning. It's 8:30 a.m. Let's get the agenda going here. 1.1, any additions to the agenda? Councillor Cunningham?
I'm going to add a Division 5 update to council and committee reports, please.
Okay. Any other additions? Councillor Woodstock?
If there's no other additions, I would move adoption of the agenda as amended.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Councillor Hoppins?
Seeing none, I move that council approves the adoption of the minutes from March 10th, 2026, regular meeting of council as presented.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. What do you want to go to? 4.1? Sure. 4.1. Morning.
Morning, Council. Here today to present the 2026 dust suppression rates. So in the past, we've done internal costing on our dust suppression rates. So those costs involve labor and equipment and gravel material into the costing of these applications, or the application. So in 2025, we introduced an internal work order system that does a better tracking system, or a more in-depth tracking system, more accurate costing on what it actually costs us to apply this product to the road for ratepayers. So based on that, our product costs in 2026 have gone up, but our internal costs have gone down. So that is why today administration is recommending our 2026 rates for our full calcium application would be $10 a meter. Our top spray application would be $5 a meter. Along with that, we also have our spec crude application dust suppression. So in that in 2025, council had recommended to remove the gravel costing from that program, just because those sites do get gravel initially, but then for the foreseeable future, while that dust suppression is applied, there is no gravel needed on that site. So with that being said, the product cost of spec crude did go down. We do use a third-party applicator to apply that, and the application rates have gone up this year. So that is why administration is recommending that the rate remain the same as 2025 at $51.53 a meter.
So is that, and that's the 51.53 is without the cost of gravel?
That is correct, through the chair.
When you're placing full calcium down, are we graveling also?
Through the chair, that is correct. So the application process, just for everyone's knowledge, I guess. So once the application goes out, ratepayers call in, they apply, they make payment. That payment now goes into our work order system, tells us what sites are getting dust suppression this year. At that point, then we send the gravel trucks out there and apply gravel to the site, just because you need that gravel to help bind that calcium in there. Once that's done, our calcium truck then heads to the site with a grader. The grader does 2 passes, blades the material to the side. The truck sprays 2 passes, covers the road in water. I say 2 passes, but roads vary. Some roads are 3, some are 4, some are 2. Sprays water, then calcium. The grader then moves that material back over and blades it across the road. The truck then applies water and a calcium product again. So that's the application process.
Councillor Woodstock?
Thanks, Mr. Conken. Just a question, does it have to be the landowner that applies and pays for the application? Or can it be an industry partner that can apply and pay and bypass the actual landowner that the road is in front of?
Through the chair, industry is most definitely, or anyone is allowed to buy dust control for another ratepayer or site in the county. It's not limited to the landowner paying for that. That being said, we do have our application windows, so I believe this year, if council were to pass today's rates, I believe it would be posted here shortly and then open till the end of April. We try to narrow it down to that so that we have a set game plan and can go out and get that done in a reasonable amount of time with the least hopping around as possible. So as long as they're making it, their application within those dates when it's open, 100% we can do that.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, what percentage of ratepayers are using the spec crude, and we're sure these prices are not gonna go up under the environment we're under with oil?
Through the chair, great question. So last year, it varies, I guess, is how I should preface that. So last year we had 3 paid locations for a total of 720 meters. The year before that, I think we had 5 paid locations, and that was upwards of, I believe it was almost 2,000 meters because one was a 1 mile stretch. So the cost is locked in, like once we do our bid or our tendering for the price, that's the price we're getting that product at for 2026. I can reach out and confirm that they don't expect that they're gonna come back and say, hey, we need a jump in price. We have heard of contractors saying we have a fuel surcharge before. Past history with the company that we use, we have never had that issue, even other years when diesel was high, so.
Councillor Hopkins?
I guess my question is, just so I'm kind of fully understanding this, we are charging the calcium applicant for gravel. Is it not our responsibility to put that gravel there anyways? Like, if they don't ask for calcium, we have to put gravel on the road. So I had a couple of concerns from some people as to why we're charging for gravel when it's our responsibility to put the gravel there.
Through the chair, the calcium and the watering, it seems that it doesn't eat the gravel is not the right term, but the gravel is needed, an extra amount of gravel, just because it needs to mix in and bind that product together and make sure that's enough's there. Without adding that extra gravel on, you tend to get more potholes, more choppiness, like it's hard. That being said, we definitely can look at what we could take those rates out of there and drop that cost for sure, so.
Another question on that. I think, you know, if we're gonna do it for the, I understand the spec crude, and if we're gonna do it for the calcium, I mean, we should do it for it all, but can you find out for me exactly what the spec crude is? Councillor Cunningham?
So of course, the costs that we get, the costs are the costs, and you've done the tendering process, but do we ever bring forward cost comparables for other municipalities? I mean, I know I've had ratepayers that have brought them forward, but do we as a municipality look at, you know, comparable municipalities and what their costs are at?
Through the chair, we have not to this moment, but definitely something we can do. I know a lot of surrounding municipalities contract out a lot of their services, but definitely something we can do and bring back later this summer, or even for next year's dust application rates, depending on what council wants, so.
Councillor Cunningham?
So just looking in the policy number 7, like it says, Neo County does not guarantee the effectiveness of the dust suppression and no refunds are granted. I guess my only comment to the public would be, I know there was some issues last year and that's last year and we're moving forward with that, but I guess I would always encourage ratepayers, if they are having concerns to what whether it's spec crude or the calcium, to call the county and to express those concerns. That would be my recommendation to folks.
other discussion? Counselor Penner?
So, seeing as there's no more discussion, I would move that council approve the 2026 dust suppression rates of $10 per meter for full calcium chloride application and $51.53 per meter for the spec crude application. Understanding that you're looking about the
Definitely, I think it's definitely an option to look at. Maybe this year we could drop by half. So instead of 336, whatever half of that is, 168?
Then at this point, I'll withdraw my motion then.
So through the chair, just one thing to consider, I guess, on that is this program's been based off of cost recovery because of those applicants or this product, dust suppression, is serving one or whoever applies for that product, right? So that's why we in previous have bumped the rates up to be a full cost recovery, but definitely can adjust the gravel rates there if that's council's wishes.
Is that the council's wishes? Discussion on the drop the gravel rates for the calcium? Because the other one's getting dropped anyways, right? The other one was dropped, pardon me. Councilor Woodstock?
The reason the other one was dropped is because with spec crude, okay, let's go back a little bit. When you gravel the county, it's between 2 and 5 times you can get gravel in front of your place. So with spec crude, if you put spec crude down, the chances of not getting gravel in front of your place when the rest of the road is being graveled is because you've got spec crude there, so you're missing out on an application for gravel. So therefore, when we did spec crude, when we changed the policy, we put spec crude as not being charged for the gravel because you've already missed out on the opportunity to have gravel in front of your place, and it wasn't put down because of the spec crude. That was the rationale behind that one. With calcium, gravel has to be put down to actually do a decent job of doing calcium. I'm fine without, I mean, if we want to subsidize the program, I know other municipalities subsidize the program, but I think that would be a policy change that we would probably be looking at here to determine whether or not we're subsidizing the program, because right now it is at full cost. So I guess it's whatever council wants to do, but I think there'd have to be some changes in the policy to state that it is being subsidized and that it is no longer full cost recovery. And I'm fine with subsidizing it. At one point in time, I think we had a subsidized program where $100,000 was thrown in, and when that was used up, then the subsidy was no longer available, but I don't think we ever hit the $100,000 subsidy on dust control in front of residences.
Councilor Olson?
Yeah, I'd personally like to see it stay at cost recovery. I'm not in favor of the subsidy. I mean, it's a choice to live in rural, and it's also a choice to take you know, the dust suppression. So, I think in light of where we're at in the next coming years, that, we have to try to keep away from subsidizing everything. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Did you have, Councillor Penner, you had it?
I guess I would back up Councillor Olson's position that if we're going to have a policy in general about user pay, then probably we wouldn't want to get into the process of starting to subsidize some of these services.
Councillor Hopkins, a concern or?
I guess from my thought process, I feel that with the dust suppression, the calcium, it still would go a couple of years without getting any gravel, so it might still save us some money there. And that was kind of my theory, is that I know of some of the neighbors that have it, and yeah, the road gets gravelled, their dust suppression doesn't for anywhere from 2 to 3 years. So in my opinion, we're saving a little bit of gravel there. So it would, in my mind, extend that, the life of the gravel on the dust suppression. So that was kind of my thought processes. And I know that there are some of the neighboring municipalities that are quite low with their calcium chloride and spec crude costs. And so some of the ratepayers were asking how come they're so low, and we're higher than they are. So, but if they're subsidizing, then that would be the reason.
Councillor Woodstock?
I guess to go into the subsidization of other municipalities, I did check with one municipality, happens to be straight west of us. Their second pass on calcium is at half rate. So therefore, they don't put as much calcium down on the second application, and they do subsidize. They do not charge for the grader and the application when they put it down. So that is a direct subsidy, and I do believe at one point in time, that's where Kneehill County was. And that's where I spoke to the $100,000 money that we put down as subsidies for dust control. I mean, we had that policy, decided to go to a full cost recovery, and that's why the prices have increased. But that's a council decision on whether or not we're gonna subsidize the gravel, the application. I don't think we've ever subsidized the actual cost of the calcium. But I do believe that doing 2 full rates is probably the way it should be done, not a half rate in August sometime. So again, it'll come back to policy on what we want to do. Do we want to subsidize, or are we going to do full cost recovery?
Well, I think where we're at right now is if we're gonna do that, we're gonna have to change policy. And if you wanna wait and change policy later, Mike?
So, through the chair, through the dust suppression policy, there is nothing stating that I can see here that it's a cost recovery program. That being said, I'm not sure if there's a different policy somewhere that states that we're gonna do programs at a cost recovery. So that there are those options there.
Councillor Woodstock?
Well, I think one of the things we have to decide here is, because this is in the master rates bylaw, until we pass the master rates bylaw, we can't really take applications for dust control if it's in the master rates. So I would like to see the master rates, because now we can't even set up camping, campground rates, or we can't advertise campgrounds because it's not in the master rates. So I'm not sure, can we change the rates for dust suppression after we pass the master rates and change the application then? That would be probably a CAO question.
Okay, weird. Thank you. Through the brief to all of council. You can re-bring your bylaw back to council table anytime, but it would be another process for us to amend and bring back. Ideally, we would need the master rate bylaw passed today in order to open campground registration tomorrow, which we've advertised. So we could also come back with, we could table those rates and come back with more information and amend the bylaw thereafter.
Councillor Hoppins?
Definitely good discussion, and I'm glad it was brought up. Councillor Penner, if you'd like to continue your motion, I'm fine with proceeding, and we can maybe look at this issue next year as well.
Then I would move that council approve the 2026 dust suppression rates of $10 per meter for full calcium chloride application and $51.53 per meter for spec crude application.
Questions, concerns? We worked it over enough? All in favor? Carried. Councillor Cunningham?
So would administration want me to make a separate motion for 2027 to bring back comparable rates to other municipalities, or will it just be on direction from administration, or would you prefer a motion? No.
The buttons are being weird. Through the brief to all of council, a motion will work, but we can all, I have it written down in my notes, but a motion puts it into the council action list, so your choice is whatever you choose is great.
Councillor Cunningham, go ahead.
So I'll make the motion to direct administration to bring back for 2027 comparable dust suppression rates, if that makes sense.
Questions, concerns? Councillor Woodstock?
Not so much a question, just a comment. Yeah, I looked my mic's off. Sorry if I jumped ahead and said that it was full cost recovery, because obviously it was set by council at full cost recovery.
Okay, motion on the floor. All in favor? Carried. Thanks, Mike. Let's go on to 5.1, bylaw master rates, third reading.
Is it okay if I just do the,
It's
Do
okay,
it from
whatever
here?
you want to do.
okay. Perfect. So hello, Evening Council. Today I bring forward Bylaw 1926, the Master Rates Bylaw. At the March 10th council meeting, council approved first and second readings. As this is a bylaw, 3 readings are required before it comes into force, and council has the options today to consider third reading. Since the last presentation, some new fees have been included, and I'll highlight those changes for council today. So the first change relates to the dust control rates. Earlier today, the infrastructure superintendent, Mike Conkin, walked council through how those rates were developed. For residential dust control using calcium chloride based on 2 applications, the proposed 2026 rate is $10 per meter, which is a decrease from the 2025 rate of $11.50 per meter. For one application of calcium chloride, also referred to as the top spray, the 2025 rate was $5.75 per meter, and the proposed 2026 rate is $5 per meter. These changes can be found on page 39 of your council package. Residential spec crude remains the same as last year at $51.53 per meter, and dust control charges for services provided to other municipalities is the same as the residential rates, and you can find that on page 40 of your package. The second set of changes today relates to private laneway grading and snow plowing, which was discussed at the March 12th Committee of the Whole meeting after we were reviewing operations policies. Following that discussion, administration reviewed council's feedback and explored ways to reduce costs for our residents, especially our older residents, while also mitigating potential liabilities. Based on that review, operations determined that using a skid steer instead of a grader would be more efficient and reduce costs. As a result, the private laneway grading and snow plowing rate has been reduced from $220 per hour to $119 per hour for 2026. So those are the changes being presented at this time, in addition to the amendments that were brought forward at the last meeting. All of them can be found on attachment A of this report. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions council might have.
No concerns?
Clear as mud.
I think it's worth a try. I did talk to a couple of ratepayers, elderly ratepayers, and they did want something happening, whether they back the graders in or whatever, but to break it down for these older fellas is good. Councilor Cunningham?
I'll move that council provide third and final reading to bylaw 1926, that being a bylaw to establish rates, fees, and charges for various operations, products, permits, and services.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay, planning, 6.1. Morning.
Good morning, Reeve and members of council. Today I'm bringing forward 4 motions, which include first reading for an area structure plan amendment, bylaw 1927, and 2 direct control districts, bylaw 1928 and bylaw 29, and requesting a public hearing date. An application has been received from the owner of the majority of the lots within Saddle Up Estates to amend bylaw 1586, Saddle Up Estates Area Structure Plan. An amendment would require a new bylaw number. This also allows the applicants to propose a new name to go with the new look of the current area structure plan. The amendment includes the creation of 2 new direct control districts and a homeowners association, as well as some revised wording and clarification. This request for decision includes first readings for the amendment and the creation of the 2 new direct control districts. The Municipal Government Act does allow for 1 public hearing to be held for the area structure plan amendment and the creation of the 2 new direct control districts. Each bylaw will, however, require separate motions. Under the Municipal Government Act's applications to amend an area structure plan require public hearing to be held prior to amending a statutory plan or an area structure plan. Requesting first reading to a proposed bylaw, and in this case amendment to an area structure plan, is the mechanism to get the application in the queue or on the agenda schedule. Amendments to the land use bylaw also require public hearings. Even though the proposed direct control 9 and 10 are within the proposed area structure plan, these are still considered amendments to the land use bylaw. An additional motion is required to set a date for the public hearing. All information and questions regarding the applications are to be brought forward to the public hearing so it may be heard by everyone. The public hearing process is legislated. As per the MGA, council must hear any person or group of people who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaws, and also in this instance, the amendment of the area structure plan. Any landowner who feels they will be impacted by the proposal, either positively or negatively, will have an opportunity to attend and speak to the matter directly at the public hearing. Affected parties can also submit their comments in writing. These comments will be included in the public hearing package for council consideration, and notices will be sent to all residents within the Saddle Up Estates and the surrounding lands within 1 mile. Participate participating in the public hearing is a legislative method for landowners to provide comments to council for consideration. Once a public hearing is closed, no additional information should be considered in the decision-making process. An area structure plan provides the framework for subsequent subdivision and development within a certain area of land. In this instance, Saddle Estates, the existing area structure plan, encompasses the entire quarter section of southwest of 53326. This amendment would not be a permit to develop or subdivide, nor does the creation of the direct control districts give automatic permission to develop. The direct control districts encompass lands which were previously zoned recreation. The recreation district allows multiple uses on the lands, which now can be better controlled through a direct control district. The Municipal Planning Commission reviews development proposals within a direct control district and provides comments and recommendations to be forwarded to Council for final approval. Council ultimately has control over these decisions as they are unappealable. Subdivisions applications in a direct control district are approached in the opposite way, in that applications are referred to Council for review and recommendation as part of the subdivision authority's decision-making process. However, the Municipal Planning Commission has final approval. Subdivision applications can only be appealed by the applicant. So today, I'm bringing forward the request for first reading for the amendment to the area structure plan, as well as Direct Control 9, Direct Control 10, and then requesting a date to be set for the public hearing. It is unfortunate that you're being hit with such a large one rather than just a regular land use bylaw amendment, but that's just the way this came about.
My first question is why are they looking for another direct control?
Just because of so the areas can be better controlled. Right now, they're zoned recreation. So to be honest, somebody could apply for a campground, which we really would not want within that area structure plan. So that's why by making a direct control, we've defined which uses can be allowed in the districts. Or do you have something else?
Councillor Penner?
If I remember when this subject came up at a previous meeting, Barb, you offered a recommendation or an opinion that the homeowners association structure of this is a more efficient means of managing this facility in your estimation?
So that's correct. So right now, that was contemplated in the original area structure plan. There was to be some mechanism in place where they would manage those common areas, and that part never happened. And so we are trying to facilitate that here. A lot of those details of that information will come out at the public hearing. We want to make sure that we're providing as much information as we can in that process. But with the direct control districts, when we recommend them, we're usually recommending them because something is unique and different, and we're not wanting to necessarily allow all the uses that a normal district we have in our land use bylaw would make available to those lands. And so that particular piece has become a little bit more problematic in that. But again, it will be a council decision whether or not you want to approve the direct control districts through that public hearing process.
Councillor Olson?
So this would give us more control as to what's going on there
That's
and
correct.
protect us from maybe some of the stuff that could or has been. Is that correct?
Through the read, that's correct. And we will limit the uses that would be allowed, which currently there would be a lot more uses. And again, you will see that with the public hearing. So when we go from the recreation district, which has quite a number of uses, to a direct control, we are building that specific to that piece of land. And we're saying you can only have A, B, C, maybe D, those types of things. And again, council decides that as well. So we have drafted those districts. They are in your package today. But at the end of the day, council decides whether or not you want to add or remove uses to those districts and whether or not you want to approve the direct control district itself, so.
That, the estate right now is direct control.
No.
Is it not? It's
No.
not?
No.
Okay.
Currently, where the residences are is zoned country residential, where the arena is zoned recreation, as well as what we would kind of consider the remnant is all zoned recreation.
Councillor Cunningham?
So my recommendation to people that perhaps are owners within that property would be to really participate in the process. This is their opportunity to be heard if they do have any questions and concerns. I just want to clarify, because it also said, I think it's within a mile, right? There'll be notification. So they have the ability to provide written concerns. Now, if they come to the public hearing, they can also do verbal, right? But it has to be different from what was in the written. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's your procedural bylaw.
Right.
And so, again, and that's up to the chair to manage how that happens.
Yeah.
Typically with that procedure, anyone that is an individual speaking gets 5 minutes. Anyone that's speaking on behalf of a group gets 10 minutes. And so that's how that gets managed. And we do recommend to them, if you put it in writing, you're not to come in and reread your letter into the record, because you guys will have received all that information ahead of time. But if there's something new that they want to comment on, they can certainly do that.
So if someone's an owner within that property, that would be my recommendation. Please make sure you read this and bring forward any questions or concerns. Yeah.
I'm a little leery on this. We're gonna get burnt. We start using direct control, we've seen it in some other areas. It's something that we think we're gonna be able to do, but it's basically what it is it's for us to break our own rules. And I got concerns with it. I'm not all, and to be honest with you, I'm not all caught up to speed on this one right yet. There's a lot of information there, for me anyways, and I'm a little slow. So, yeah, that's where I'm standing. Councillor Olson?
So the homeowners association is in place now? Okay. And then, but with what they're planning, the homeowners association would have a lot of say in what gets developed in the area as well before it comes to us, is that correct?
Through the REIV, not entirely. So the homeowners association would oversee the common land. And at this point in time, there's nobody doing that. It falls to us as the municipality, and when things aren't working there, we're the ones getting the calls. So it would push it into their own arena. All the other lots are individual country residential lots, so when somebody purchases it, they're coming in. That is not direct control. They would just come through the planning department, and they would apply for a development permit for their house or their barn, whatever it is they're wanting to put on that piece, and we would issue permits just like we would in any country residential district. So really the lands that we're speaking about are the common lands, and with the homeowners association, the county will not be managing that. That'll be up to them and the membership that they will have there. They want to create it, and again, a lot of this will come out at the public hearing, so I don't want to go into much detail, but it will facilitate, I think, an opportunity to deal with their common area on their own. If there is a use in that common area that they want to do, they are still coming to us. It doesn't eliminate their need to get a development permit. So.
Through the REAP, if I may, I should have included the recreation district in the attachment so you could see all the uses. But definitely if you go in the land use bylaw under the recreation district, you would see what the remnant lands are currently zoned and all the uses, both permitted and discretionary, that are allowed.
Councillor Cunningham?
And just to remind me and rest of council on procedure on this, if we make our way through those council options and get to the public hearing, that's not a indictment of approving anything. It's just kicking it into so we can allow that public hearing to happen, and then we have the ability to hear from the public
Through the REAP,
itself.
that's correct. That is the process. It is legislated. Anybody can apply for anything and go through that process, and this is how we get them in the door.
Any other concerns or questions? Councillor Anderson?
Just haven't got back from the RMA and taken the course, Laura and both sides. They made a pretty strong presentation that we shouldn't be using direct control as much as we are. It's not the process that we should be using as much as we are. And that's just the course that we were told to take.
Any other concerns? Councillor Olson?
And Councillor Anderson, and that was because of, they're fine with the laws that are there?
They found it to be kind of forcing through things and not opening it up enough to the proper procedure of democracy.
Councillor Cunningham?
So again, we can move through these options and you can still have the public hearing and not allow the direct control district to go through. To me, the piece always is, I want to hear from the people, and that's what the public hearing allows. And those are the people that are most affected.
Sometimes you're correct. Sometimes it doesn't happen that way. We know of situations where not everybody's heard, and understand that. But I mean, we got to get it, before we make decisions, we want to make sure that everybody is heard. And that hasn't been happening on every case. Councillor Penner?
From my understanding of the situation, though, is council has to move forward on this with a decision one way or the other. So I think we have the amount of information that we need to start the process. The information that we're searching will come out of this process of doing the first readings, second readings, the public hearing. So I really feel that it's in our best interest to move this process along.
Motion?
I would move that council give, since we'll have to make multiple motions here then to cover. Do we vote on each motion individually then? Okay, so I would move that council give first reading to bylaw 1927 for the purpose of amending the area structure plan, formerly known as Saddle Up Estates.
Any discussion, concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We need about three more, yeah. Councillor Cunningham?
I'll move that council move first reading of bylaw 1928 for the purpose of creating direct control district 9 within Southwest 53326 west of the 4th, formerly zoned recreation, encompassing approximately 48.66 acres.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Third reading? Councillor Penner?
I would move that council give first reading of the bylaw 1929 for the purpose of creating direct control district 10 within southwest of 53326 west of the 24th, formerly zoned recreation, encompassing approximately 19.44 acres plus or minus.
Any concerns? Councillor Woodstock?
Just a question for the planner. So with that motion, because it was zoned as recreation, there was the ability to place campgrounds in that area. Now that we're taking it into direct control, we can eliminate the possibility of campgrounds going into that area. Is that correct?
Correct. As per Direct Control 10, on your Appendix A, you would see permitted uses, or at this point in time, unless council decides otherwise, trail riding, discretionary uses if they were thinking of maybe putting an outdoor riding arena. But those at that point in time, that's your only uses.
Thank you.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Fourth reading. Councillor Cunningham.
I will make the motion that council move to schedule the public hearing for bylaws 1927, 1928, 1929 as per sections 216.4, 606, and 692 of the Municipal Government Act to be held on May 12th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
Concerns, questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Just through the reeve, I just wanted to add that, like, we set the date May 12th, so we have given the landowners ample time to see the ads, respond, and they will be getting the full package as to what you received today in your package.
Thank you. Take a quick 10-minute break before we carry on to All right, we're back from recess at 9:29, and we'll carry on here with the agenda 3.1, RCMP Community Priorities.
Thank you, Council. I have the pleasure of introducing Staff Sergeant Day here to lead us off in the RCMP priorities. And we also have Sergeant, is it Staff Sergeant Ian? No, Sergeant, thank you. I don't want to call them the wrong thing. Sergeant Ian Patey? Patey, geez, I'm not doing well here. Staff Sergeant Chris Lafleur. Did I get that right? And we have Corporal Matt Nyman here, so we'll let Staff Sergeant Day take over.
Good morning. Thanks for having me, and I know this is my first visit with the new council.
We'd like to just have a little quick introduction before you get going here.
Sure.
So we'll start on my far right.
Morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, that's the Acme-Linden area. Officially Bicycle Airdrie Detachment.
Merle Anderson, Division 1, Carbon area.
Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, and I'm slowly getting over the fact that you've left us, but I'm doing okay.
You know what we got to put up with, eh? Like Lonnie McCook, Division 7.
Richard Hoppins, Division 6, so up in the northwest corner, so I've got Three Hills and Innisfail and a little piece of Olds detachment in my area. Yeah, Torrington, Wimborne.
Lowell Olson, Division 4, and I go from basically Linden up to Torrington. So.
Darcy Penner, Division 2, east of Acme, west of Carbon.
You got the floor.
Thanks for having me, and good morning to all of you. As most of you know, I've transitioned over to Olds Detachment. I've been there for just over a year. Moved in January from Three Hills, so now we're living in that area. So one time I was always put in to lead the show because I had, I think, the biggest portion of Kneehill County. Now I have just a small little tiny piece over in Torrington, Wimborne area, which I am happy to report on. We don't have a lot of calls in those areas, so crime there is fairly low. And if I do hear any crime over there, it's usually copper wire is what we're hearing. And that seems to be, you know, springtime, ground starts to unthaw and it starts to get active. And so we got people out there patrolling the area. But I'm not here today for obviously to provide stats and go through the different types of calls for service. The reason why we're here today is obviously those that are new that haven't done with the annual performance plan. So every April, policing come together with councils from all over, and we decide on the best way to police your communities. And for years, it's always been we call it the APP, which is the annual performance plan. You would have got some communique from me. I sent off an email saying that we were moving away from the APP, and now it's going to be called the CPP, which is the Community Priority Plan. Now with that is we want input from obviously council when you're engaging with your community members to find out what's the best way to police your communities. And we want them to have a voice. We want them to have a voice at the end of the day. And I can tell you, like, I've been doing priorities for a long time. Before I even come to a meeting, crime prevention, traffic safety, police visibility are usually the top three, right, that we do. But with saying that, they're good three, but we can also do subcategories, right? So when we say crime prevention, it's just not, you know, crime prevention. It's what are we focusing on? Are there stats that are, you know, we have a problem with theft of motor vehicles? Do we have a problem with break and enters? Do we have a problem with, you know, theft over 5,000? So there's different subcategories we can work within that category. Traffic safety, same thing. We could say, you know, there's a problem with speed in the area, impaired driving, et cetera, and they could have subcategories that fall within that category. So the four that I see that, and it's again, it's the same thing that we work on the last few years. The only one that I've added in the last 2 years is mental health. And mental health is on the increase no matter where I look at stats. We see a big call in mental health, and it does have an impact on your frontline policing. So we do use an RPAC team that is positioned in Drumheller. and they're responsible for a very large area. With saying that, I have at times, being in Olds, I do have a little bit of flexibility because I partner with Mountain View County and Red Deer County. I can pull, so like Three Hills, we could pull sometimes through Red Deer County because they obviously police Red Deer County. So we do have a little bit of flexibility that if Drumheller RPAC team is not available, I can look at other options to pull from resources. And over the few years that I've been focusing on mental health, and again, nor do I think we should be doing anything with mental health. We're not doctors, we're not nurse practitioners, we're not nurses, this is not our field, but as you know, a lot with the RCMP, a lot gets downloaded to us. But in the short term, what I've been seeing with these RPAC referrals is I've been seeing the calls to service start to come down. And the goal behind that is we want to make an impact of getting that person before a crisis happens. So when we go to a call for service that involves mental health, and maybe they're not meeting the threshold at that call, but we know, okay, you know what, something's not right here, and they're starting to go on a path that we're concerned about, we'll do what's called an RPAC referral. And what I like about the RPAC team is they just don't phone, they actually show up. So the nurse and the members show up and discuss planning with that person and how can they safe plan for them, as long as they're willing to talk to them. And what we're seeing is by being proactive in that way, we're seeing that we're able to get ahead of that crisis. So we're getting ahead of them, so we're not going to a crisis call anymore. They're actually getting the help they need before they go into a crisis. Now, do we still get crisis calls? Absolutely, because not everybody wants to talk to them, right? And we can't make them talk to them. And what one of the hard part that we've been seeing is now we're not losing member for entire shifts sitting at the Red Deer Hospital waiting with a mental health patient. Because often at times, if we do a Form 10 apprehension, now you've lost that member from the entire shift and they're away sitting in Red Deer Hospital for the next 6 to 8 hours, right? Because the hospital will not do an intake until they're ready, and then if they do, we have to sit with that person for a long period of time. So we're hoping to see that change. And I know there are conversations that are in play that they're trying to make that change, that we can attend the hospital with the patient and then deliver them, and then the frontline member can go back on the road. But I can tell you for a long time, it's been impacting our resources big time, dealing with mental health calls. So that's why I like to focus on that category. I can't speak to my colleagues behind me, but I know for me, like, I like to focus on that because I like to show that, hey, we are making an impact with what we can do when it comes to mental health calls. So yeah, with that, I mean, not a decision you have to make today. And I give you ideas because I want to give you ideas on what, if you're talking to community members, what types of crime, because you might get the ones that are really out in left field that we don't have a problem in that area, so we're not going to focus on that area, which makes sense to me because it's like, why would we focus on an area that we don't have a problem with? But we only know what we know. If people are telling you that there's types of crimes happening and it's not getting reported, there's nothing I can do about that. If they're not reporting it, then there's nothing I can do about it. I don't know what's happening. And I don't see that as being an issue, but again, like, if there are types of crimes that are happening in your community, in your areas that you represent, if the community members aren't reporting them, how can we combat that? So I think this is why we really focus on the CPP this year, is we really want you engaging with, community members in your area and finding out what is important to them. Because we want to know that. We want to work with them. Yeah, I mean, and then I'll end with this. It's a working document. So just because we say this doesn't mean it's signed and stamped and it can't be changed. It can be changed. So if we find that there's an area that there's all of a sudden we see a crime happening that we can focus on, we can always add that to the plan. It's not that this is the priorities and we can't focus away from this. We certainly can. If we feel like, hey, you know what, this area is doing really well, but we notice a trend over here, we just amend it. So we're pretty flexible that way. So with that, that's pretty much what I have.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Cunningham.
So I know a few years ago that our RPAC team down in Drumheller, it was having a hard time being fully staffed. Are you finding now that that is more staffed?
Yeah, it's fully staffed.
Perfect. That's good to hear.
No, you can't. Can you come out here and arrest her? We did talk last fall with the RCMP up in Edmonton, or RMA. One of the biggest concerns we had isn't what you guys are doing. It was the catch and release and how the judicial system was throwing them back on the street. And that conversation from the members, you know, we understand where your problems are. The biggest problems that we're gonna have now is the dollars and cents that are coming forth. With a minimum of 30% increase, minimum, and it actually ended up being a little bit more. Like there's big dollars we're gonna have to start paying for policing. So there's questions, and you know, the questions are gonna be basically, it's gonna be hard on you guys because number one, you don't have the staff for that amount of money that we're paying. Like in 5 years, we could be up to $1 million. And I mean, when you have $1 million from a community like this, wow. I mean, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, or is this even monkey business?
Yeah, I agree with you, policing is getting expensive. I still think RCMP is the best bang for the buck, and and maybe I'm biased with saying that. I still think we are. I don't know why any community would go away from getting 30% paid by the federal government for instead of paying, you pay 70%. And the federal government pays 30% of every person, every member, provincial member, and a municipal under 15,000. So in Olds, I'll give you an example, they pay the 70-30 split as well. To go away from that, you're gonna pay more. Now you're gonna be 100% per member. On top of that, and I hear vacancy rates all the time, agree with you. We're not the only one. If you look at, I mean, we're the biggest one out there that CBC is going to capture, and we're going to be the hardest on us because we're Canada's national police force. But look at the news, Calgary Police struggling, Edmonton Police struggling, Alberta Sheriff struggling. Everybody's struggling. We're all robbing from the same pot. Every agency out there is struggling to retain and get employees. We just had a troop in Depot that was fully posted to Alberta. 20 members, I think, were in that troop. Every one of them coming back to Alberta. So for me to lose that 70-30 split, the math to me doesn't make sense why you would want to take on the extra 30% of that salary. And here's the other part of the equation. When we don't have a position filled, you get that money back. If you go to a provincial police force, you're not getting that money back. And so every position that we have that's not vacant, you're not paying for it. So after 30 days, when that position goes vacant for 30 days, due to ODS, off-duty sick, or due to it not being staffed properly, the money's coming back to you. The RCMP is paying for that member. The federal government then takes over. The province is the same way. If the province is paying for a position that's not getting filled or because the member's off-duty sick, once day 31 hits, the money goes back to you. You're keeping that money. So if you have a provincial police force, if you have your own force, you're still paying for that person. And so to me, there's a lot of bonuses in there. Why I'm seeing studies, and Olds did one study as well, and their best option was to keep the RCMP. And I can tell you Olds pays a lot of money for policing. They pay for 12 positions out of my 18 positions over there. Olds is paying for 12, maybe 13. I think the province pays for 5 out of my detachment in Olds. Olds gets a very big bill at the end of the day for policing, and they did their study. They paid for someone to come in and do this breakdown. And I can tell you, like, there's positions that we're not full over there. We're in good shape, but we're down maybe 1 or 2 positions. But again, the key is at those 2 positions, at the end of the year, they're getting money sent back to them to keep for policing or to put wherever they want to put. Now, if they decide to put that money elsewhere, that's a dice they're willing to roll, but that's up to the bean counters to figure out, not for me. Because if it does get filled, then they need to find a way to pay for it, right? So to me, there's a lot of benefits with keeping the RCMP, in my opinion. And I do, and again, maybe I'm biased, but I do think we're the best out there. I think we're the best trained. And, you know, for me, there's a lot that weigh into it that, especially small communities are paying for policing. There's perks when, you know, again, we don't want to be short-staffed, but if we are short-staffed, again, you're getting that financial back to the county.
Yeah, that's interesting because we weren't told that. We've never been told that.
I haven't seen the check yet.
Yeah.
I think it's a year-end thing, I'm pretty sure. So when you enter the contract, because if the position gets filled, they need to make sure that the money's there. And then when you come into your year-end, and again, that's more for obviously K Division to do the breakdown, but I do all the multi-year financial planning for Olds. And what I see in return is I see I see more, because provincial, we don't see a lot of the provincial stats. And I've been a provincial commander longer than I've been a municipal commander. But now that I'm a municipal commander, I see more of the financial stats, and I see where the money's going and where it's coming and doing. So I educated myself on that. I want to be able to prepare that to council, saying that, you know, this is what's happening. At the end of the day, if that position's not being filled, that money comes back. There'll be probably a portion that you're paying. I'm not sure the split with the province, or if you're like what you're paying for members. Like that's something you would know over me. I don't know what you're paying for policing, but you know they say on average to put a police officer on the street is about $250,000. Let's say give or take. I have communities that are not even paying a third of that, and they want somebody in the community every single day. And I said, you're not even paying for a full police officer. Right? And so it depends what you're paying at the end of the day when it comes to policing.
Councillor Woodstock?
Well, number one, thanks for coming, guys. I do appreciate your time, because I think you've probably got better things to do than report to us. But that being said, again, thanks for coming. When this initially started, paying for policing, we were promised more boots on the ground. I'm not going to go into the policing side itself, but has your support staff actually increased to the point where you can not spend time in the office and have support staff taking care of some of this work that you guys are supposed to be doing, or has that pretty much remained stagnant?
I can only speak for Olds, so we did do an increase of Olds did add one support staff this year and one member this year. So what we decided to do is that's the goal behind it, is paying for support staff. So we can have more frontline service. So that's communique that's happening right now, and it's fairly new. And with the multi-year financial plan for Olds, our goal is we're rotating. We're doing one public support staff, and then one member, and then support staff, one member when it comes to Olds.
So my supplemental to that would be, is it working? Is it helping? Yes, it is. Okay, I see heads nodding, so. Okay, well, that's good to know that maybe we're getting some value for the extra money, because I think we're at, where the heck are we, $600 and some thousand this year for policing? So for just our municipality of 5,000. Now we have the 5 urban communities within our boundaries, which also help pay for policing. So again, thanks for what you guys do, but I really hope that you do get some support on the administrative side, so you can get in the cars and do the stuff out in the field and have administration do the work in the office, and hopefully it all ties together, and if you catch somebody, they actually stay someplace
We
for a
want the
while.
exact same thing.
Any other questions? Councillor Cunningham?
Yeah, and I think just further to the Reeves comments, like, you know, even my previous term, like, I think just about every year I met with K Division up at Edmonton at RMA, and, you know, it's not anything to do with you folks. I mean, there's never been a concern with the work that you folks are doing. You knock it out of the park, and I think Sergeant Day knows how I feel about his community engagement work here in Three Hills and area. So, but again, it's that advocacy piece that we can do for you folks to help hopefully make your jobs easier. Like I said, policing costs are going up, but they can't guarantee us that you folks are going to have a full staff. And that's something that I think we'll continue to advocate for. I caught a little blip yesterday at Parliament. I think there was quite an exchange about how many actual officers they said were going to be hired versus what actually was. So I think there's lots of work being done across all of Canada. So we just want to make your jobs easier, and so you folks are able to go on holidays and live your life too. So I think we'll all continue to advocate on your behalf, so see what we can do. But I've heard through the grapevine that the new RCMP sergeant here is very community engaged, so looking forward to meeting him when he's here. So
I hope
thanks for
that too.
coming.
I did reach out, I did talk to the district and they asked if he needed anything, I'd be available and I'm sure he'd be fine, but if I don't know the individual, but I did say if they need anything, just let me know and I'm happy to help where I can. So, because I want to see obviously this area continue to go in that direction is my hope. But at the end of the day, I'm small fish in a very big pond. So I hope that continues and that's what I want to see for this area because I do have a lot of love for this area. I've been here for 5 years and, you know, my daughters grew up here, so I do miss it. It's not that we left for Olds, and we do talk about Three Hills quite often in the surrounding area and the connections we made here. And, you know, from even in Red Deer County, for example, you know, up to Delburn and Elnora and Trochu, Three Hills and you know, Kneehill County. So it's been a tough move for us, and there's a lot of tears at my home when we left. But you know, it's our sixth move. My kids grew up knowing this, but I can tell you we do deeply miss your community. So if there's anything we can do to help, I'm glad just to still be a part of Kneehill County. I'm grateful for that, and same with Red Deer County. So it's not a complete goodbye for me. So I get to keep those relationships, which I value. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Staff Sergeant Christian LaFleur, or Chris. I'm the new detachment commander for Drumheller. Also a resident of Kneehill County. So, tough act to follow. I just want to touch on a couple things that my friend mentioned here. So, in Drumheller, I'm in the midst of reorganizing my administrative staff with the idea, of course, to take away some of the admin stuff from my members so they can go on the road a lot more. So that's in process, but we've seen quite a bit of difference in visibility, which was one of my main goals. And I'll give you an example. I've set expectations of my members. I've instituted what's called a shift summary report. One person per shift, like day shift, night shift, has to send out a shifts note, letting everyone know what they've done, what the files were for the shift. That way, like, it's increasing our intelligence because everybody knows Joe Bloggin, for example, is still committing copper theft. So we can gear towards that for the next shift and forward. So that's been helping. Speeding, of course, traffic and everything is one of the main concerns for most of the areas around here, well, actually, across Alberta. So, I've set expectations of my members that I want them on the road more. We've seen a decrease in speeders. My members have been saying lately that they can't get anybody doing above 110. I was doing radar on the way here, and I can tell you that the fastest car I've seen was 109, which is, well, disappointing for me, right? Because I couldn't give any tickets. But good overall, because it's safety of the members.
Come by at 4 o'clock here.
I'm sorry?
I said, come by at 4 o'clock here. You'll catch some of these chicks here.
I don't want to steal Three Hills thunder, but I mean, if you'd like me to. But yeah, so there's some problem areas that we're working on, and we're being more visible there as well. Another thing I'd like to touch on is called a shameless plug, if you want, is it was mentioned earlier the cost of policing in Alberta. I understand that, yes, it's a tough pill to swallow. Costs have gone up. One thing to keep in mind is the average sheriff right now is getting paid $80,000 to $85,000 for a sergeant, right? A constable in the RCMP gets paid $115,000. So at first glance, it's a significant difference. So the average person would think, well, if we go with the Alberta Provincial Police, it'll be cheaper. However, if with that logic, they've already said, should the Alberta Provincial Police take over, the first thing they have to do is form a union. Then they have to be competitive because we're all, as my partner said, we're all fishing in the same hole for people to become police officer, which is not really a popular occupation anymore, right? So the first thing they need to do is raise up the salaries to match what the other police forces are getting paid. The two police forces that they're looking at to match, to be competitive, is Edmonton and Calgary. A Calgary constable right now, I believe, makes somewhere around $125,000 a year, so $10,000 more than an RCMP officer. Going from what I've read, Premier Smith has stated that in the first year to 2 years, she would help any communities with policing cost if they switched over to Alberta Provincial Police. And that's the fine line, the first year or two. After that, the communities, from what I understand, will be they'll be responsible for the full cost without, as my partner said, the portion that Ottawa pays for policing service. So I just want to leave that there. I just wanted to add that, but again, shameless plug, sorry. Now, as far as manpower, because I know that's a big thing for everyone, the RCMP sits, with our vacancies, either our vacancies where we don't have someone, or we have members that are sick for various reasons, temporarily and so on and so forth. So the average for every police force across Canada is 20 to 22% vacancy. That's standard for every police force. Fortunately, we live in an environment where, we do get into a situation where we get hurt. Some members, it's mental health and so on. So the RCMP is no different. We're not, we don't have more vacancies than the average police force out there. We're, as much as I hate to say, we're average in this sense. So how does that work for Drumheller? Well, we were short for the last year and a bit, as far as member goes. As a result of that, we've had to collapse our specialized units back onto first responding, like to calls and everything. So we maintain the same quality of service for people's immediate needs. So things have changed now. I have one member. I had 4 vacancies out of my members. I have one guy that's just got back. He was working this weekend, so that puts me down to 3 short. I have another member that's coming back from pat leave on April 5th. That leaves me 2 vacancies. I have a experienced police officer from the Calgary Police that jumped ship, saw the light, came over to the bright side, I guess, I don't know. So he's going to be joining us. Unfortunately, he's going to depot for his transition training, if you want, at the end of May, early June. So in the meantime, we're going to keep him busy with stuff in the office and seeing if he can help with some investigation, but office based, unfortunately. So that leaves me 1 vacancy. I'm actively working, I should say, to try to get somebody to come in from staffing. So, but in the meantime, I was able to restaff all my specialized section, general investigative section, for example, being one of them, which is the main one that would look after drug trafficking and so on. As a result of this, we've had a pretty nice drug seizure last week with trafficking involving the pen. Most of our drug investigation, unfortunately, involves people bringing in drugs or trying to bring drugs into the pen. So they've got a few investigations on back burner right now, so they're catching up with the backlog. We should start to see a lot more results. The corporal in charge is very proactive, and I'm actually getting him on a process, or I've got him started, to become a court expert for drug trafficking as far as the pen goes. So right now, he would be the first in Canada to be recognized by the court as an expert, which is quite significant for Drumheller. So the other thing I want to touch on, and again, my apologies, my partner talked about it in quite lengthy detail, so there's not much left to say. So for the APPs, we're switching over to the CPPs, the idea being to give every community more say in what they'd like us to focus on. I feel that unfortunately the letter that was sent too late because it didn't give you guys enough time to prepare for it, because they're shifting the focus away from the detachment commander more onto the communities in partnership with the detachment commanders. So a lot of communities don't have like the police committee oversight or a committee to be ready to work on that. So what I've done is, and this is just a suggestions, I've looked at what most of our police calls have been in this area. A lot of them, same as the other detachment that you'll see in the back, we have the same type of policing calls. So this is what I'm suggesting. The letter was asking for 3, I'm recommending 4. So, and that's based on what I'm seeing, and like, again, the majority of the calls for service. The number one complaints that we're getting is, as I mentioned earlier, traffic road safety. So I'm recommending that as the first priority. Second one is, I have 2 for crime reduction. The second one would be drug crime, so drug trafficking and the likes. We all know that, and I'll touch on the other one later, but drugs are a major driver when it comes to property crime, right? Because usually people, they'll go and steal copper because they want drugs. They don't go and steal copper because they want food normally, right? So that's what I'm recommending as a second priority. Number 3, which to me is near and dear to me, and I would put as number 3, but I got to be realistic, is visibility and engagement. And by that, I mean, I want to get away from the only time that you have contact with police is negative, or the only thing you see of police is from here to there in the window of the car as they're driving by. So I want to get away from that, because one of the complaints across Alberta and, each communities is that we never see the police. Well, as I like to say, well, for example, Kneehill County it's a big area. So we might drive in front of your house, but if you don't happen to look outside the window at that time, you're not going to see us. So I've told my officers that they're to engage more with people. So to that extent, we're going to the schools now more. We've been asked by several schools, could we provide lectures to them? Could we just go and interact with children? Which is a 180 turns from what used to be, we don't want to see police in the schools. So we're slowly working towards that. As a matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, about a week after the Tumbler Ridge incident, in partnership with one of the schools in Drum, we did a lockdown drill. Before that, with no impact to the schools, just amongst yourself, we did a refresher as to how do we respond to this school should there be an active shooter scenario happening. So all my members were brought up, refreshed. We did a tour of the school to know exactly what we'd be looking for. We interacted with the student, we interacted with the teachers. Of course, that first part they didn't know, because we're not gonna not scare, but scar the children or the teachers, right? But for us, it was important to be prepared, and we're gonna do that with all the schools slowly. One of the things that my predecessor was big on, because him and I, Staff Sergeant Rob Arms, have very similar style. Actually, this is the second detachment I'm taking over from him. He's a tough act to follow. He used to like to do coffee with cops. The thing with that I'm trying to get away from is, in a lot of times, we're say, okay, 2nd of April at this coffee shop, we'll be there, and we'll interact with the people and have coffee, and you can bring your concerns to us. The downside of that is, if on that particular time and day, we get a call and we all have to react, we look bad because we didn't show up. And Percy, I like to go to calls as well and help my guys. So what I'm transitioning to is informal. I'll bring out my guys to various coffee shops and restaurants, and we'll interact with the people there. It's been successful so far. We've got a lot of good feedbacks from people and their complaints and everything, right? As well, I've told my members, well, you're entitled to a half-hour lunch. However, If you go to a restaurant and you interact with people, you can stay there as long as you want, calls permitting, but you interact with people. You get people to get to know you, which is my number one goal. That's also been successful. I've started the same, I'm actually importing a lot of the things I was doing in Fort McLeod to Drumheller because they were successful there. One of the things that I'm doing is every week in the local newspaper, I'm releasing the number of calls that we've been to, the nature of the calls, and then I try to do an education piece as to what the emerging crime trends are. So, for example, usually we're seeing a lot of online fraud, either sweetheart or grandparent schemes. So we're discussing that and ways to prevent and protect yourself. And that's been very successful. Yesterday I was advised that maybe I should extend that to the rave, because there's a crime reduction rave call out, I guess, that people can subscribe to. I'm a little hesitant on that. I'm still debating because there's 1,000 people that are subscribed to the Drumheller area, like Kneehill and all that, but I don't want to flood them as well with information, right? So I was kind of reserving that for major event, major drug seizure, and so on. But I'm open to discussion. If that's something that you'd like to see, we can certainly do that. So visibility was the next one, and then the last one, as I mentioned, is in crime reduction is property crime, because we can't get away from that. It's tied in with the drugs. So, you know, copy theft and everything. So to recap, traffic safety, drugs, visibility, and property crime. Those are the ones that I'm suggesting. I'm open to your input, and as my partner said, it's not cast in stone. If down the road you're saying, you know what, Chris, we'd like to switch that to something else, please give me a call, we can discuss it. But, and again, I'm sure you'll be discussing it, because we're all gonna come and see you down the road, because they're due in 2 weeks. And we'll have paperwork for you guys to sign, to saying, yeah, we agree to these, or we don't agree to these. So, getting into the reports, I hope I'm not losing everyone. I talk a lot, I guess. So the number one priority last year was crime reduction and prevention. So we've been actively doing compliance checks, so curfew checks and conditions checks and everything. Since I took over, as I mentioned, with the shift summary report, I know exactly what they're doing. If I'm not happy with the number of checks that they're doing, we're having a little conversation. The same thing is, part of those report is they tell me which area they patrolled. So if, for example, they don't mention Kneehill County, I'm gonna say, well, what have you done all night? Looking at the calls, you could have gone and patrolled more. So that's been extremely successful, and you'll see in the next quarter that's closing soon how we've accomplished even more. My philosophy is the more that we go and let the people on conditions and on release conditions that we're watching them, the less their, you know, opportunities they have. In Fort McLeod, I was able to push most of our prolific offender either back in jail or they decided to go to other jurisdictions, which is fine with me because they're not our problem anymore, right? So I'm applying the same train of thought here. We're not harassing them, I just want to make that clear, but we are present in their life a lot more. So then in that past quarter, we did about 250 compliance check. As I said, we were successful in sending them, some of them back in jail, which is a hard thing to do these days, unfortunately. But we were successful in some of them. We've charged and arrested a bunch of them, and the ones that we couldn't find, because, you know, we send for warrants for them, so we're still looking for them. Unfortunately, we had a Operation Street Sweep that was canceled because the day that it was supposed to happen was -40. So some of our partners didn't want to come out in that kind of cold. So we've done unofficial, if you want, street sweeps, several of them, where every Friday now we have a warrants list that come out, and I tell my guys, these are the, I don't want to say targets, but these are the people that we're looking for, go look for them. So instead of one dedicated one that we couldn't do, we've made it now ongoing. Public engagement, that was the second priority. The detachment was not able to do a town hall meeting to gauge people's satisfaction, establish the next priorities in that quarter. Keeping in mind that I took over in December, which is the quarter that's closing now, we've done 2 town hall meetings, and we're going to be shifting to other communities in the next year as well. So that's going to assist us. We did many meter releases this past quarter, or that past quarter, I should say. I've also partnered up with the John Meller Media Relation Officer, so we're using their Facebook page for some of the other things. If Kneehill County would like to do the same, I'm absolutely open to that as well. The more people we reach, the better it is. One thing I was impressed, I wasn't here then, but I was very impressed, is a lot of the members attended the various Red Surge ceremonies, for example, Remembrance Day. I can tell you it's refreshing because Fort McLeod, typically I was the only one that's showing up in Red Surge. A lot of detachment now, a lot of members are so busy or that they don't attend, but for some reason, Drumheller has a strong participation, so I'm hoping going forward that's going to maintain. We did a Cram the Cruiser event, so we were successful in partnering with the community. We get a lot of toys and a lot of donations for family in needs and for children's in need. We have a few more projects going forward. We're looking for partners. So Cram the Cruiser will be one of them. We're looking at Siren for the season, where we'll go through the neighborhood and people that want to donate toys and so on will come out and do that. Another initiative that we have going right now is just before schools finishes, we're going to do what's called a positive ticketing initiative. So, I mean, for me, every ticket's positive, but not for everyone, right? So what we're going to be doing is we've partnered up with one of the dealerships in town. We're looking at other businesses as well. They're going to be donating prizes. So we're going to be printing out tickets, like just little tickets. As we go around the neighborhoods during the school zones and everything, if we see kids doing positive things, for example, you're wearing a helmet on your bike, you're using a crosswalk, we're going to give them a positive ticket. So typically that consists of, like, you know, treats at McDonald's, a few other things, but then they're also going to be entered into a big prize, if you want, at the end of the campaign to do, you know, I think what we give in Fort McLeod was a Xbox. So I'm not a gamer. I wasn't, you know, to me means nothing, but I guess the kids were very happy. So that's something that we're working on right now and a few other initiatives. Again, that's going to help with relations with the kids, with the parents, to make us, you know, in a better positive light, because now we're interactive with everyone. So as I mentioned, well, priority number 3 was substance abuse, to reduce it. As I mentioned, due to manpower shortages, we've had to collapse the investigative section, so that reduced the number of drug cases that we had. Now we're back fully staffed. You'll see improvements in that. We had 21 cases of drug possession at the Drum Penitentiary. That's where most of our drug cases are. However, we are working right now with the people in town to reduce the access of the people in town in the surrounding areas to bring drugs to the pen. So hopefully that you know, we see a reduction in that. We haven't been able to do any drug awareness lectures in that quarter. We're going to change that going forward. And again, priority number 4 was enhanced road safety. We removed 5 impaired drivers from the road in that quarter, plus an additional one that we did during a joint traffic operations. So for a total of 6, We've issued 37 tickets and 4 written warnings in that quarter. Going forward, you're going to see a lot more because of the changes that have been instituted at the detachment. Tickets have gone up, interactions have gone up. I'm a big fan of partnering up with the peace officers, with the sheriffs, and obviously with other detachments. So we did on last Friday, we conducted a joint traffic operation, check stops. My view is it doesn't matter to me what stripes is on the members' pants. I'll work with anyone because the idea is that we're more visible. People want to see, I call them Christmas lights on our cars, maybe not in back behind them, but people want to see us. The more that I bring out the sheriffs, the more I bring out the peace officers with the Christmas lights, it makes people happy, it makes me happier. So that's what we're going to be working on going forward. Any questions?
Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, I like your idea that it's kind of a living, breathing document. We kind of do that with our bylaws and policies here. And I think Sergeant Day had mentioned, like, you know, sometimes the property crimes are up, right? And then we have those folks that decide to go to other communities, which we say goodbye and don't come back. But, you know, it just depends, right? So maybe if they come back, maybe property crime needs to go back up to number 1, right? So I like that you have the ability to switch that depending on what's going on. I love also the partnership idea with our peace officers. I think that's something even on our end that we maybe can work on. We have that resource, so why not work together for the best, right? And again, the visibility and engagement, I've said that before, I love that. I would just recommend if you decide to go to a soapbox derby, do not get any help from Sergeant Day.
Okay. One of the things that I felt was neglected as well is engagement with the local citizen on patrol and the rural crime watch. So we're slowly reestablishing connections. My members know that they are to go to the meetings, interact with them as well. I mean, if we can push all our criminals out of our area back maybe onto, I don't know, Tree Hills, goals accomplished.
Push them south.
Or that, yeah, Airdrie. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to just turn your mic on for us, please? Turn your mic on for us, please. Your mic? Oh, there you go. Thanks.
That works, Al? Okay, sorry about that. Sergeant Ian Patey with the Airdrie Integrated Rural. Oh yeah, I could hear that go now. We're working. And Bisker. So I'm not going to repeat everything that my friends have said. Obviously, one of the main reasons to come today was for community priorities plan. We have a very small footprint in Kneehill County. Responsible for 5 different communities in 2 counties, Kneehill being one of them. I did look at the calls for service. In the last year, we did approximately 120 calls for service, with over half of those being traffic related. So obviously, my plug for any priority planning would be something to do around traffic and road safety. So I think that's important for you guys to know. I know with the rural communities as well, we've seen some increase in collisions. Again, we're trying to be proactive, get out there and do some traffic enforcement to prevent some of these collisions from happening. I looked at some studies with regards to the locations. There's no specific intersection that's any worse or better than others, but it's definitely some work we could do with regards to the traffic safety. So I know with us being a little distance away, I'm trying to get my members out there as much as possible for traffic enforcement. Just to comment on some of the questions you guys had with regards to advocating for us in terms of prolific offenders and stuff like that. Trust me, we're just as frustrated as you guys are with regards to that. I could speak to, as of yesterday, I had an email from Crown asking why we decided to take an offender before a judge rather than just release him on paper. And after I looked at the criminal history and the warrants that he was wanted on, I couldn't stop shaking my head as to why we were asked that. So we're just as frustrated as what you guys are. If you can advocate in any way, greatly appreciate it. With regards to manpower and support staff, a year ago I sat before you guys, and at best we were having 2 to 3 members on a watch. So Airdrie Rural is typically slated for 4 members on a watch. I'm happy to report today that my 4 watches have 4 members, with the exception of 1 member's ODS, which he'll be returning soon. So we're fully staffed on the member side of things, so I'm quite happy about that. It allows the guys to get out on the road more and do more stuff. Like I said, we have 5 communities, 2 counties, so we have quite a large area to cover. So doing our best there. Support staff, we're doing all right. We are down 1 support staff, and we're actively trying to fill that now. We do have someone in the process, and we're just waiting for security clearance to go through, and it will be in good shape as well. So hopefully more boots on the ground, guys out on the road, doing what they need to do. We'd much rather be out there doing that fun stuff than doing paperwork. I'll tell you that right now. So yeah, like I said, traffic enforcement's a big thing for us in this area. As my colleagues also said, as of this week, we also had some break and enters in some gas plants for copper wire theft. So again, that's on our radar as well. Doing proactive patrols to prevent some of this from happening. With regards to community engagement, I attend all the COP meetings in Linden. We're have a positive relationship with those guys, so we're getting them out as much as I can, and I'm glad that they're actually pushing me for more involvement. So I had a meeting the other day, and we're planning on doing 4 different events partnered with them for this year. So they're pushing me to get my guys out more, I'm pushing them, so I'm happy for that. With regards to the peace officers here in Kneehill County, I feel that we have a good working relationship with those guys. I know I've called on Deb a couple times with regards for some information, for some assistance in the area when our guys have been tied up with other things. Like I say, sometimes it's a longer response time, so they've always been quick to help out, and very thankful for their assistance. And in return, anytime she's called and asked for assistance, we're quick to help out as well. And I feel it's important to always keep them informed of any significant events going on in their area. A couple months ago, we had a vehicle we were trying to track down with regards to a domestic violence situation that kind of spilled out at Calgary. It was officer safety concern. We were trying to find the vehicle that was supposed to be over around the Carbon area, so we had sent some bulletins out to Deb to disseminate with her officers, just to make sure that if they engage with this vehicle, that they're aware of what they're going to be dealing with, and hopefully call for backup. So yeah, not to go through all the stuff that my colleagues went through, but that's kind of the highlights for Airdrie Kneehill County area. With regards to the plug for RCMP versus a provincial police force, one of the things that we always talk about is costs for members. One of the things that I find is seldom ever talked about is the infrastructure. So in terms of cost for members, I understand that it may look like a bigger chunk of change right now for RCMP, but when you factor in the buildings, the tools, the vehicles, all those things too, I think that would be a significant increase as well. So keeping time in mind here, and I know we have another speaker, I'll keep mine short. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You must be the new guy on the block because you got 6 minutes.
Oh.
Or you're the old guy on the block.
That's more than enough time, 6 minutes. Is my mic, we good? Okay, so I'm Corporal Nyman, acting commander in Three Hills since Jamie left. Been acting commander since March of last year, so it's been about a year. Yeah, so basically the purpose is the community performance plan. Again, you guys make the priorities and you guys tell us what you guys think should be focused on. Our last annual performance plan, Jamie had sort of set it up in a way that each community had its own set priorities. So we're kind of the CPP now is kind of the way we built the APP before, or this last year. So that being said, one of the main driving forces and one of our main files, like Jamie said, is mental health. It's one of our biggest ones, probably our number one call for service. And most every call for service, a large majority of calls for service has a mental health component to it. So those are crisis situations and everything like that. So I think one of the priorities that we should look to focus on is mental health, and that RPAC team in Drumheller. The RPAC team in Drumheller is very good for coming out and talking to these people. That being said, sometimes that is post-crisis, some follow-up. But again, mental health would be one of the main priorities I think we should focus on. Again, another one that was on our list from the last APP was traffic safety. And that's impaired driving. That's still a major problem. We still have impaired drivers in every community. An example I can give you is we had an impaired collision on Highway 21 between Three Hills and Trochu, head-on collision. That driver's blood alcohol level was nearly 4 times the legal limit, so nearly 400%. So impaired driving is still a main problem, still an issue. Like the guy said, speeding is one. But everyone in our detachment now has radar trained. The 2 members went last week. They got radar trained. You don't come out of depot with the radar training. You have to go and get it. So everyone in the detachment now has radar trained, so they can all do speed enforcement. Yeah, and crime reduction. Again, in terms of crime reduction for us, sometimes it can be misleading given that one or two people can come into the area, smash it and leave. So we've had this last month, or the month before, there was Elnora, Delburn, and some in Trochu. Every little business got hit. Huxley, curling rink got hit, just money grabs. So then our files will spike, but then they'll come back down because those people are gone out of the area. We don't really have a lot of prolific offenders anymore. Those guys have been kind of moved out of the area. But again, we still see there are still some instances where 1 or 2 will come in, hit our area hard in a week, and then will come back down. So that the CPP being a living document, we can change the priorities. Like if we're getting hit hard in an area, we can focus on that, curtail that, and then change it up to something else. So in terms of manpower at the detachment, we are 1 hard vacancy for Jamie's position. My position was posted. I'm transferring to Didsbury. And we have a vacant constable position. So right now we have 4 constables and me as the acting commander. We have 2 public servant staff, PSEs, in the detachment. They do amazing work, but unfortunately they can't do everything for us. There's still stuff the officers are stuck in the office doing. Given a small detachment, you look at something like a bail hearing for somebody. We have to bring them back and forth to do phone calls and put their bail hearing documents in, takes a member off the road. But that's just kind of the nature of a small detachment. The PSCs do the best they can to help us wherever they can. But again, officers are going to be in the office sometimes, and that's just given the paperwork they have to do and things like that. So yeah, Three Hills Detachment covers probably the biggest area of Kneehill County. We got Three Hills, Trochu, and then a big rural area. I have encouraged the guys to be more visible in the rural areas, on the back roads and things like that. Sometimes you can see gravel rural roads are used to avoid the police from major highways and towns and things like that. So I've asked the members to be out there on those rural roads, visibility out there. Like I said, police lights on a gravel road. Sometimes we stop some people out there and they ask us, "What are you doing out here?" And we like to hear that because we want people to know that we're going to be out there as well. So Mine's usually short and sweet.
Excellent.
Jamie's the talker.
Yeah.
Then, like, they've covered everything that I won't,
Hey, we got one of them too.
that I won't touch on. Like, they've covered everything. Like I said, our staffing, we're down a few, but we got a new sergeant coming. I think they're gonna give him his staffing action in April. So then he has however long to get to post. So he should be here probably May, June, if I had to guess. But, yeah, at the end of the day, it's the community priorities plan is basically you guys coming to us, letting us know what you guys think we should focus on. Another one I can touch on is community engagement. And that was a big thing that Jamie started at the detachment. And he's a tough act to follow when it comes to community engagement. When he first came to the detachment, I said that before, we didn't really have a lot of media coverage, the Three Hills detachments. We changed that, and in turn, we felt that we saw an increase in calls for service, but that was more because people were willing to report it to us. They knew what we were doing, and they said too, like, you want to see the police that are not negative, not a negative light, like not just in your vehicle. They want to see you in businesses or at schools. So each member at the detachment in Three Hills is assigned a school. So they're asked to go visit that school and things like that. And recently, Three Hills School had asked us to do a lockdown drill with them, just with the teachers, not the students present. So we're organizing something like that. Yeah, so community engagement's a big one. Some highlights I can give you. We did do a Battle of the Badges hockey game with the Kneehill Emergency Services and the RCMP. And that raised money for Kneehill Kids Sport, raised close to $6,000 for Kneehill Kids Sport. We've done food drives, winter clothing drives, and things like that. So we're hoping to continue that. And yeah, if the public can see the police outside of a negative situation, get to know them a little better, I feel like they're more willing to report something than not. And I have implemented what was bi-weekly, but it kind of turned into a monthly report that kind of outlines our calls for service, how many we had, and then highlights some of the important ones. And I also do an education thing in there for crime trends and stuff like that, and show what we're doing in the community. So another priority, yeah, community engagement's a big one, road safety, and crime reduction, but again, that can change based on who's in and out of our area. And mental health is a big one as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions? Oh, Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, no, I just have to say thank you for your time and commitment to the Three Hills detachment, and just wish you all the best going forward in your new community.
Thank you.
Everybody else good?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
in.
Let's take a quick 10-minute break here.
I just want to thank you.
Yeah.
43, we'll come back out of recess. Let's go to 3.2, Marigold Library presentation. Morning.
Good morning.
We'll do a little introduction. To my far, we'll start with my far right.
Thank you.
Morning, Lynn. Jerry Whitstock, Acme, Linden area.
Merle Anderson, Carbon, towards Drumheller.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, and so I'm around the Three Hills area.
Lonnie McCook, Division 7.
Richard Hoppins, Division 6, up in the Wimborne area.
Lowell Olson, Division 4.
Darcy Penner, Division 2.
Thank you. I'm Lynn Price, CEO for Marigold Library System. And thank you, Reeve and Council, for the opportunity to present. And today I will demonstrate how Marigold provides cost-effective library service for Kneehill County residents. So I might be repeating some things some of you know, but a quick snapshot. We are a centralized operations center that provides infrastructure, expertise, and support for member libraries and direct public library service for residents in our member communities. So in a city system like Calgary, they have branches and a centralized operations center. In Marigold, we are that operations center, but we don't have any branches. Our libraries are autonomous, incorporated entities. Library systems were formed under the Libraries Act of Alberta because collaboration allows members to expand library service and cost effectiveness. We operate based on the Marigold Agreement with member municipalities. The county isn't just a part of the system. You are the system. We exist because of member municipalities, and your agreement is with each other. The Marigold Board is made up of 44 board members, one for each municipality. Since Kneehill County has not established a municipal library board under the Act, Marigold Board acts as the governing library board on your behalf. We complete provincial reporting required to receive funding on your behalf, and the province also requires us to submit a current plan of service, audited financials, and an annual report to receive funding to support Kneehill County. So we'll talk about that funding. We pool our funding from the province and municipalities, which increases buying power for all. And our total operating budget for 2025 was $6.2 million. The province provides Marigold with an operating grant each year because of your membership in Marigold. So that $23,754 is received by us because you are a library system member. Kneehill County paid Marigold $54,938.52 through the per capita levy, which is a part of the agreement, Schedule C. And the province also paid Marigold $28,005.60 in a rural services grant because the Marigold Library Board is the governing library board for Kneehill County. Marigold does not keep any of that $28,000 for operations. 100% of that money is paid out to member libraries in transfer payments to support local operations, which further supports service to your residents. So I thought you'd like to see a list of libraries that your residents are currently registered at, which demonstrates how people use libraries in the way that works best for them, whether that's at home or at school or near where they work. So right now, there are 682 families or individuals with library cards. This number doesn't reflect that many families share cards. For example, a mom with 2 kids doesn't want to keep track of 3 accounts, so she just has 1 account and uses it for the entire family. And because of this, Municipal Affairs developed a formula to better reflect library card holder statistics for families. So we multiply this number by 3.1 to get a more realistic stat that includes those family situations. So therefore, we can conservatively estimate that there are roughly 2,100 library users in the county. And that's just what we can prove on paper in terms of an actual card holder. There are many people that just enter libraries and use them to access the internet or devices, computer systems, etc. So the work we do at Marigold headquarters does not overlap with local library functions. It complements it. So we deliver patron holds like books to member libraries. We have weekly delivery routes that go to each of our libraries. We have marketing materials to inform residents about what's available, whether that's online, socials, in print. We provide training for library staff, so the staff in turn can support their local community members with their needs. We receive volume discounts for library books because we purchase in bulk for all libraries at once. We provide all the library websites and all of the apps that are used. We provide professional support. Our librarians provide support for library staff and boards, including the stats and information needed to complete their reporting. But we also support them with answering different questions throughout the year or pointing them in the right direction in terms of collection management, space planning, policy development, trustee roles and responsibilities. One of the interesting things about working at Marigold is you get a different question every day. We also provide programming supports, so program kits, games, or even program items like Minecraft licensing that kids can use through the library. And ultimately, this frees up the library staff to focus on local in-house programming, frontline service, local partnerships, and managing local collections and space. Marigold provides fully managed IT service for member libraries, so we're a one-stop shop. Reliable connectivity allows libraries to meet the needs of community members and to run daily operations, but it's also the thing that allows your residents to access library services from wherever they live in the county, including, as Councillor Penner mentioned, when you're on the road. And so we provide remote and on-site support as well for the member libraries, including troubleshooting, upgrades, commissioning and installing new equipment, decommissioning obsolete equipment, and we also provide our vendor discounts to the member libraries. And in turn, they save on space, staff costs, and equipment. I think that we provided for Three Hills, about 35 hours of on-site support in 2025, and for a place like Trochu, it was about 28, so it's a significant savings to have the pooled resources that ultimately benefit all library users. Kneehill County cardholders also benefit from our membership in the TRAC Consortium, which significantly expands what's available to your community. TrackPack Plus is that essential online library software used for patron account management, managing collections, and reporting. Through our TRAC partnership, your cardholders can place holds on items from 190 public libraries. Holds for patrons are shared with member libraries through our Marigold van delivery, and over 4.4 million items a year pass through our headquarters. Patrons can pick up and return their items at any member library, any TRAC library actually. And the delivery service between the regional system headquarters is supported by Municipal Affairs through Service Alberta Government Courier. Kneehill County residents checked out over 14,800 books, movies, video games, ebooks, and more libraries across Marigold last year. And I think in that stat, we can't see all of our stats for ebooks, but they're probably about half of that. When you consider the average cost of an ebook, which is extraordinary when you look at that amount, even if you think about an average cost on Amazon of being $15 and perhaps 7,000 items checked out, that's a significant savings for the residents in your community. And we can only, part of the problem is we can only pull ebook stats by library location. But we try to buy as many unlimited subscriptions as possible just to keep the cost down. That TRAC collection would cost over $5 million to rebuild from scratch, and we are continuing to see that demand increase from year to year. Kneehill County residents, once they have a library card, they do not have to step foot into a library to access that service. We also, in addition to the ebooks, we also negotiate licensing for digital content, which provides educational and entertainment options for residents of all ages. One of the things that is very well used for us are those Solero online test prep and BrainFuse live virtual tutoring, which is excellent for kids in K-12, but also for people who do homeschooling. The libraries avoid having to negotiate with vendors and review contracts or license products, or figure out how to securely integrate them into our technology. As far as that repair your car with auto repair, I'm not sure if it would fix the soapbox derby problem. but you never know. And just as an overall summary of what membership does, it provides Kneehill County with expanded library services that would be difficult and significantly more expensive to acquire and maintain locally. The RCMP mentioned about some of the challenges with mental health coming to the forefront, and I would say that libraries are also a great bridge for that in terms of social connection, community connection, assisting with helping people who are feeling isolated. And I think it's one of the reasons that the Alberta government identified library service as an essential infrastructure for vibrant communities. I also wanted to mention, and I know that Carolyn has been in touch with our communications person, but our communications staff are happy to help to continue to promote the various library services available to your residents. And we can provide anything from pre-made social media posts, newsletter content, digital brochures, etc. And lastly, you are most welcome to come and tour our headquarters facility in Strathmore. I know that Councillor Anderson will see that in April at our AGM, but it's a really great way to better understand our operations. And I mentioned that you might want to fill up with gas first because it's 9 cents cheaper here than it is in Strathmore. But I'm also going to keep it short and sweet since I know your time is precious, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions? No. Councillor Woodstock.
Well, thanks, Lynn. Appreciate you coming in, giving us the information. I do have one question, though. I saw in one of the slides that there is 2,114 Kneehill County residents that are using this system. Now, is this specific to Kneehill County proper?
Yes.
Or is this including the towns and villages that are within our boundaries?
No, that is just Kneehill County residents.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you for
with
that. Appreciate that.
Councillor Cunningham?
Yeah, so that was, yeah, he stole my thunder on that question, but, so on the one slide, it was 14,843 physical items checked out by Kneehill County cardholders, so like you said, that's actual Kneehill County, not our urban partners. So does it break it down further for you to tell you which libraries they're using, or if it's online, or does it go with that in depth?
I can't find a way to acquire that information. Yeah, it's not that granular.
Yeah, that's right, thank you.
Everybody's good? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, you want to go on to protective services? Or where were we going? That's you? Councillor Hoppins.
I guess for the next portion, protective services, I will excuse myself from the meeting due to a conflict of interest. I believe there's appointment of fire guardians and my name is on that list, so to be transparent, I'll excuse myself from the meeting at this time. I'll be out front, you can call me back when you're ready.
Thank you. Through the chair to all of council, I'm presenting on behalf of Miss Neitz. I was going to call her Grossfield, but I was mistaken. So we're here to talk about the appointment of our recommended fire gardens for each area. Each appointment is from a district fire department, and the CAO or their designate will appoint someone to that role. Fire permits are issued by fire gardens throughout the year to maintain control of burning throughout the county. They help the fire department know what's burning and what's going on. Fire gardens in all fire districts processed between 675 and 750 total permits, and that includes the transfer site burns. And of course, the advantage of having all districts permitting allows for the administrative weight to be balanced. Otherwise, our area is approving all of those permits. So fire gardens are appointed through our council. However, we do not offer compensation to them. They may be compensated through their own municipality. And customer service has helped many ratepayers with the online system when needed. And our information technology and records management maintain the user accounts for the fire permitting system. So what we're looking for is for council to approve the fire gardens as presented in the recommended motions. Otherwise, if you have any amendments, we'd be happy to receive them. Do you want me to read out the people?
Councillor Olson?
Just one question. Who puts the names forward? Is it the individual fire departments?
Yes, through the brief to all of council, it is through each fire department that the names get put forward.
Do you guys need to read out the names, or you want? Everybody's okay?
I just have one question. I noticed that the Acme Fire Department does not have a fire guardian. At one point they did they not? Just a question, information, that's all.
It makes it hard when you're applying for a fire permit.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, we haven't been able to secure a fire guardian for that location, but we are still working on it.
Okay.
Yeah. We prefer to have one in each location.
Right. Okay.
Another question.
Yes.
So, Kneehill County, do you override every one of these guys?
Override? Like, can I approve over them? Yes. Or my designate, which would be Deb.
We need Acme's. Or you could, Teresa can do Acme's if not
Yep,
available?
I can do Acme. Deb
Yep.
can do Acme. Dan can do Acme.
In
For
case
the
we don't get
time
some?
being,
Yes,
until-
absolutely, yeah. So in absence of any fire guardians at the location, the permits come to us, and we
Okay.
take care of it.
So, yeah, the ratepayers aren't at loss for.
Nope,
okay.
the ratepayers aren't at loss.
Okay, that's
It's just a
my
more administrative burden on Kneehill County.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councillor Olson?
Sorry. So then if we do find somebody for Acme and you can name them without our approval, is that?
I believe I can name them, but likely we'd want to come back and have it adopted by council at that time.
Councillor Penner?
I think if we're in agreement, then I would move that council appoint the following as fire guardians for the issuance of fire permits to March 31st of 2027. Would you like me to go through and, okay. For the Three Hills Fire Department, Chris Evans and Marie Fenton. The Acme Fire Department has a vacancy at this moment. Carbon Fire Department, Jody Krensler, Jordan Reed, Jeremy Kranzler, Austin Larson, and Rydell Weeb. For the Linden Fire Department, Carson Reimer and Kenton Clausen. Torrington Fire Department, Doug Fretz, Jason Michelson, and Derek Benedict. Trochu Fire Department, Richard Hoppins, Ellen Adam, Chris Armstrong. And Kneehill County Administratives, the CAO, Manager of Protective Services, Rural Fire Chief, Community Peace Officers.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right, let's go to 632, appointment of Director and Deputy Director of Emergency Management.
Hello, council, me again, Teresa, presenting for Ms. Nets. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but the Director of Emergency Management plays a vital role in supporting Kneehill County in administering our emergency management program. In our current state, we have one director and one DDEM, and we're looking to appoint another DDEM to support the work across, and that would be Mike Conkin. Mike Conkin has been trained in his ICFs, or not ICFs, ICS. What letters are we using today? And he just has to take one course in order to prepare to take on that role. So we would be asking council to appoint Deborah Netz as the Director of Emergency Management, Dan Marcellus and Mike Conkin as Deputy Directors of Emergency Management for Kneehill County, along with a couple other motions.
Questions? Concerns? Councillor Hoppins?
I just want to say that all three, although I haven't worked with Mr. Conklin very much, Ms. Neitz and Chief Marcellus are very knowledgeable about ICS, the command structure, and from what I've seen, they stay level-headed under pressure. So with that, I make a motion that council appoints Deborah Neitz as Director of Emergency Management, and Dan Marcellus and Mike Conkin as Deputy Directors of Emergency Management for Kneehill County.
Any concerns or questions on that? All in favor? Oh, pardon me, Mr. Olson, or Councillor Olson?
Just one concern that we, until Mike gets his full training under his belt, that he be not assume that role until that point.
Yes, through the Reef to Council. He would be scheduled for his training right away, wouldn't be acting in the role until it's finished.
Other concerns? Good. All in favor? Carried. All right, we'll go to 7.1. Corporate Services, Municipal Tax Scenarios and Bylaw Development.
Good morning, Council. Today I'm bringing forward to you municipal tax rate scenarios and bylaw development. So this report is to provide Council with the information required to guide the development of the 2026 tax rate bylaw. And so this is prior to formal bylaw consideration. What we're doing today is ensuring that we have Council direction so we can go back and formalize the bylaw and then bring it forward for actual Council adoption. The total municipal tax levy included in the 2026 operating budget is $27,710,295. This reflects no change from the total 2025 municipal levy. The tax rate bylaw itself establishes the mill rates required to generate the budgeted levy from the current year's taxable assessment. So total municipal tax levy remains unchanged, but there's been changes of assessment between different classes, and that requires some Council direction in terms of how we go back and develop the tax rate bylaw itself. Based on the changes, we've got some concerns with the 5-to-1 ratio, and so there's some direction that Council will need to provide to ensure that we maintain within the 5-to-1 ratio in order to generate the tax levy required to balance for the budget. There's also a bit of historical information related to the tax burden distribution over time, as well as a comparison of our tax position relative to other counties in the province included in Appendix A. So the first piece we look at is how assessment has shifted from last year to this year. So we've had a growth of about $96 million worth of assessment, or 3.87% from last year. The vast majority of this relates to residential assessment. So residential assessment has gone up by $78 million, or 10.4%, whereas non-residential has grown by about 1.15%. Because residential assessment has had higher growth than other property classes, and because we were already at our 5-to-1 ratio last year, this puts some pressure on that ratio. If we were to just levy the exact same amount of taxation in residential and in farmland and in non-residential as last year, we would end up with a ratio of 5.44 to 1, which is not allowable under the Municipal Government Act. What administration has done is determined how much revenue would need to be reallocated from non-residential taxation to residential taxation in order to balance that 5-to-1 ratio back under 5-to-1. So, and this is just our base scenario of what would be given the current amount of taxation that's in the budget and given our current assessment constraints, what would need to be done in order to balance the ratio and the budget in alignment to develop this bylaw. So $180,000 would move from non-residential to residential and would bring our ratio back down to 4.9 to 1. Within that ratio, or within that scenario, you would have an increase of residential property tax by $180,000 and an increase of 8.29%. But because residential assessment has actually grown by more than that due to market increases, this still means that we're actually able to reduce the municipal mill rate by 1.93% under this scenario. So you're able to absorb a little bit of the growth that has happened due to market growth and inflation for property owners, but not all of it under this scenario. With that, non-residential total revenues would decrease by 0.78%, and their mill rate would decrease by 1.91 as well. And this would bring us in alignment to 4.98 to 1 ratio. We've also included within this report the projected impact on ratepayers. I will note that these are based on average amounts of properties. Well, so for residential, we've kind of pulled an average acreage and an average hamlet home and how much that assessment would have grown from last year to this year and what the total municipal impact would be. Farmland is your average quarter section. And then for non-residential properties, because they can vary so much in value, we've just done it basically based on $100,000 worth of assessment last year and how things would shift to this year. So under this scenario, an average acreage would see an increase in the municipal levy of $87. Again, the majority, this is all basically due to the fact that the assessed value has gone up from one year to the other. A hamlet home would see approximately a $36 increase, a farm quarter would see no change, and then non-residential properties, depending on the classification, can see a slight increase or a slight decrease, depending on exactly what classification they fall under and whether they're assessed at market like commercial rates or whether they're assessed by the province. I've also so that's the base scenario if council wants to maintain the amount of taxation revenue that's approved in the budget, but still maintain within that 5-to-1 ratio. Alternatively, council could choose to adjust the amount of total taxation revenue included in the budget and pull money out of reserves instead. I will note that, so I've got a dashboard that can kind of see scenario plan how that looks and how that changes the impact on residential ratepayers or any type of ratepayers. I will note that because we're maxed on that 5-to-1 ratio, any reduction in total taxation is going to proportionally be majority on non-residential, just because the way the ratio constrains the county. I will also note just in this report, there is additional impacts for ratepayers from requisitions, which is also included in a table.
Councillor Woodstock?
Sorry, I think Marika is getting to what my question was going to be. I'll let you continue.
Thank you. So what I've talked about so far is purely the municipal portion. This is purely the part that council actually is able to control. We've also included the impacts of requisitions because these are amounts that each individual ratepayer will see on their tax bill, even though the county is not able to control those amounts. So for the average acreage, the increase in the Alberta School Fund requisition is $131, and the Kneehill Housing requisition is an additional $3. For a hamlet home, it's $54 related to the school fund and about $1 for the Kneehill Housing. And then for a farm quarter section, it's about an additional $2 for the education requisition. And for non-residential properties, it's an extra $67 for every $100,000 worth of assessment. So at this point, what I'm able to do is kind of facilitate council's discussion on what direction council wants to take. If we can switch over to the screen, I have this dashboard has been built out, so it replicates all of the tables that are already included in this report. So it shows our assessment and how it's shifted. It shows the municipal mill rates, and this is just under the base scenario with that reallocation of $180,000. It shows the taxation revenue, so that shows the total change in taxation revenue. It shows the average ratepayer impact, as well as the breakdown of the tax burden. And then that final box is if council were to reduce the total amount of taxation being levied this year, what that reserve balance, what that balancing number would be required to be. And this will automatically update to show the impact on ratepayers and your ratio. For example, if I took out, just to show, if I took out this reallocation of $180,000, you see how that ratio goes red in that second box, and it goes to 5.44. Your impacts on ratepayers, actually, you would decrease on an acreage in an average hamlet home because our rate would actually decrease by more than their assessment value went up. I'm going to return it back to the base scenario because not doing that reallocation would put us offside of the mandated 5-to-1 ratio.
Councilor Benner?
I believe you mentioned earlier that if we were to try and pull out of reserves to cover this, that you had scenarios that would point that out. Is this an appropriate time to show those to us?
Absolutely. I can start just for example's sake. I'm going to start with $250,000. So if I put this into my calculator here, you can see that our reallocation, you would have a reduction in total taxation for non-residential of $406,316. And you would still have to increase residential assessment by $156,316. This would reduce the amount that residents would see and would still maintain our 5-to-1 ratio. If council wanted to have absolutely zero impact on residents, so zero increase in total taxation, the approximate number is about $1.9 million of a reduction in non-residential to maintain the 5-to-1 ratio and have absolutely zero change in residential. I can put that number in as well. I can put any number into that, just so that council can.
Basically what you're saying is we didn't cut enough out of the budget to have zero?
Through the chair, what I'm saying is that we are constrained against the 5-to-1 ratio and how our assessment base fluctuates. And that is something we've actually had pressure over for the last few years. Our residential assessment has continued to go up, and our non-residential has not been keeping pace. And we were already kind of at the 5-to-1 ratio. I will note for this year would be the 4th year in a row we've actually reduced the residential mill rate, which means that council has been really working hard to absorb some of that impact of inflationary growth on residential properties.
Councilor Olson?
And the farmland is right out of this ratio. Is that correct? We can't move anything to the farmland?
Through the chair, that's correct. The ratio is residential to non-residential rates.
Councilor Woodstock?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Von Burback. If we go back to scenario 1, the actual dollar value of the increase would be $87 on the municipal portion and $134 from the education side for a total of $221 on the acreage.
Through the chair, that is correct.
And using the same formula, it'd be $91 on Hamlet homes.
Yes.
Okay?
Councillor Cunningham.
That was my outside sigh, yeah. You know, I'm just gonna give a shout out to the acreage owners. It seems like, a lot of times they do bear the burden, because as Councillor Woodstock just said, I mean, 221, that's just what the increase is gonna be, so, yeah, that's a fair impact. Yeah, and I think we've had this conversation, we just got back from RMA, and there was a lot of questions directed at Minister Horner, and, any chance of increases for anything was a hard no. They're telling us there are 9.4 billion in deficit, so my question that I didn't get to ask them is what tangible things that they're doing to decrease their budget, but anyhow, that's for another day. But yeah, it's just more of a comment. I just I do feel that it is our acreage owners that seem to bear that increase.
Councillor Woodstock.
Further to your comments, Councillor Cunningham, acreage owners, yes, but we as farm members also pay an acreage tax, because that first 3 acres is residential. So it's not just affecting acreages, it's affecting everyone that resides within the county. So, I mean, yeah, it's gonna hit $221 over and above what you paid last year for taxes for acreage, and $91 over and above what Hamlet Homes paid. It's not a pretty scenario, but we have to realize that education portion has gone up, so has the requisition for RCMP, which we just had that presentation. So everything keeps going up, except, well, my wages haven't changed a whole lot, but.
Councillor Cunningham.
No, and I'm not picking on our farm owners. I own a quarter land as well, so I bear that tax burden too. You know, it is hard when I've had a lot of ratepayers call. I mean, you look at the assessed value of a farm quarter at $30,000. If anybody out there has a farm quarter they're willing to sell, give me a call. I'll happily pay that. But no, it's not an indictment of that. And yeah, you're right. You know, I know for myself as a commercial business owner, I'm paying $6,800 in education tax this year. Well, potentially, or maybe over 7,000. So yeah, I'm very aware of the. No, I know. But you know, we are aware of the outside, like you said, those taxes that we don't control. But again, a tax is a tax is a tax, right? So it's accumulative, it all adds up. So just trying to, yeah, I know we're doing the best that we can do. So.
Go ahead.
Councillor Olson.
Oh, Councillor Olson.
Yeah, I'm a little bit upset with the whole thing as well, because we're trying our best to try to, you know, keep some of these tax rates down. But it looks, I am not in favor of going into reserves to offset it, but I want everyone to know that these big contracts that we have to pay for education, and just the fact that, yeah, there's less money from the province, but I want everybody to know that the majority of that is that education portion, and that needs to be stressed.
That, the tax, the school tax is on top of this. Go ahead.
One other thing I'd like to just be clear on, Ms. Von Merbach and I sat with this for a number of weeks. The other thing I want to is just for the ratepayers that are watching and will watch this evening, this is an average. So when we say there's so much dollar value or increase on a piece of property, that's an average. There could be some that are under that. I don't want any ratepayers that are seeing this and get their tax bill back in June and realize, hey, it's not $200, it's $400 or $500, just because of there's lots that goes into this. There's potential for if you're built, like if your house got upgraded in the last year. So just so that the ratepayers watching know, this is an average increase. It could be up or down.
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Olson. I'm not in favor of this one bit. I mean, I thought we were on a good line here, but we didn't cut enough. And I don't think, we just can't keep taxing and taxing and taxing. We gotta start living within our means. And I don't think we've been doing that. Councillor Hopkins?
I wouldn't say that didn't cut enough. It's just that the province has downloaded more onto us as an urban and rural municipalities. And we all have to realize that taxes do go up. And as much as I hate paying more taxes, and I went through and kind of looked at what I pay for my quarter and house, and that number is, from when I first built my house in 2010, that number has almost tripled in taxes in 15 years. So this is a tough pill to swallow. I don't want to see anybody have to pay more taxes, but again, the province is downloading onto us school tax and RCMP tax, and it's unfortunate that it's out of our control. And I don't want our community ratepayers to take this out on us, and I know we're gonna hear from it, but in our dreams, nobody will call us, but I know we will, and that's the par for the course that we have to deal with, but it's unfortunate that this is hitting us harder than I'd like it to.
Councillor Penner?
Yeah, I guess I would agree with some of the comments that have been previously made, but I think our ratepayers also recognize that we have a responsibility to provide a certain level of service to, many of our ratepayers, and the only way we can cut taxes at this point is to start cutting services. So it's the way I see it. So just a recognition that if we want to provide the services that we are providing, this is what it costs.
Councillor Anderson?
I agree with Darcy in that, and that's what the people that are listening to this online, if you're wanting lower taxes, you're going to have to help us to do that. That's the only way it'll happen. We have to get the support from the people to make those things happen.
Go ahead.
I think one thing that's really important to note that this budget does reflect no total increase in taxation from last year. So this council did do a really good job of an administration of working together to try and come to a point where total taxation didn't have to increase. The challenging piece that the county is facing is the fact that residential assessment continues to grow massively, and non-residential assessment isn't growing. And one of the things I can actually show, this is one of my background working papers, but you can see, so residential grew by 10.42%, farmland, no change, commercial grew by about 1.37, non-designated industrial 4.65, designated industrial 1%, M&E 1.52%, that's machinery and equipment, linear 0.9%. What you can see is the ones that grew by almost nothing are the regulated assessment classes. So those are the ones where the province has actually, the way they're assessing our base gives us no growth in a time where residential assessment is consistently growing year over year in really high amounts. So this is one I really push the fact that we're constrained against this 5-to-1 ratio, and we're really limited by our non-residential assessment base. This doesn't reflect bad decisions by council. This doesn't reflect bad budget planning. It really reflects constraints that we're under from the MGA and our assessment base.
Councillor Woodstock.
So what is the tax year modifier? Have they come out with that yet, or we haven't, or this is part of it?
Through the chair, basically nothing.
1-to-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one, if you look at this line, this assessment, so assessment change growth is actually new assessment.
Yep.
Assessment change inflation is changes in existing assessment. And if you look at designated industrial property, machinery and equipment, and linear, those are all 0. So there's been no change in those modifiers for the province that have increased our assessment base in any way.
Okay, yeah, just wanted to make sure that we maybe might have the opportunity to have, but we don't have an opportunity for the tax year modifier to come into effect. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cunningham.
I don't know if it was passed on to you folks, but when we were at RMA, I can't remember if we were midway through or whatever, but it was announced that we now have the ability to put the policing on our taxes, right? So, you know, I think which.
As long as we call it federal.
Right, yeah, there's stipulations to that. But I think it would be really helpful because, you know, we do get those questions and, you know, we've explained at length and even when the RCMP members were here about that $80,000 increase this year with the potential to be over $1 million by 2031. So I think it would be really helpful for ratepayers to see that because they can see the education tax and they can see the seniors requisition. So to have that federal policing tax or however they're wanting us to put it, I think it would be very helpful.
Through the Reeve. We also heard that too. The only thing is we don't have any information on how we can do it yet. They say that it's spring or coming soon, right? So we once we have information on that, we will be coming back so that I agree that should be 100% on the tax notices showing exactly, because the money that we're taking in is going straight out the door. We're not, none of it is staying here.
Any other questions? Councillor Olson, or Councillor Penner?
With that, I would move that council direct administration to prepare the 2026 tax rate bylaw in alignment with the direction provided during today's discussion. Sorry. Reflecting scenario 1, I'm sorry. Yes.
Everybody okay with that? Questions? All in favor? Oh, wait a minute, sorry. Councillor Woodstock?
Okay, so just a comment. So if we're gonna pass the motion that was just presented, that would give an average increase of $221 per acreage assessment. That would also give an average of $91 per residential hamlet hamlet tax. Okay, just wanted to make that out there.
Other concerns, questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I guess I had one further question. Some of those rate charts that you had up, are those typically posted on our county website? Like, is that information that the average ratepayer has access to as well?
Through the chair, typically the information that's on that general dashboard is put into some visual format that comes as the tax insert itself. Okay. That background sheet that I showed was kind of my working paper to get to that dashboard. But we do typically put in what those impacts are. We try to show how much of that relates to the province versus what's actually municipal. We are currently working, once we have a tax rate bylaw draft, we'll work on what that tax insert looks like. But we are able to increase the amount of information on the website that provides more context into some of this, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
Because I have to go next.
yeah. We'll take a recess for 5 minutes. Okay, we're back at 11.
To be off on a day she had so much to do. Or we're back at when?
11:41, and we'll go on to 8.1. So, discuss the priorities. As the constable said, or the RCMP officer said, that we got till April. You want to do that at a Cal meeting or something? Set your priorities at Cal meeting?
I think our next Cal meeting is April 21st.
Or is it too late? Is it too late?
that-
No.
No? Okay. I'm good with waiting.
Everybody okay with that? Okay.
Can I just add one thing through the reeve to all of council? Staff Sergeant Day said that we get a rebate when we don't have officers, which is incorrect. So we're on a provincial system where we get a requisition each year and we pay, whether there's officers or not. So the urbans do get rebates if there's no officers, but rural does not. So just as an FYI.
That's unbelievable, eh? Here we go again. All right, 8.2, the delegation from the Marigold Library. Any discussion on that? Do we need, we don't, do we need a motion?
To table it to Cal. Yeah, a motion so that we can bring it back together.
Okay. Motion. Councillor Cunningham?
I'll move that council direct administration to bring back the RCMP Community Priorities Plan to the April 21st, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. 8.2, delegation Marigold Library. Councillor Woodstock?
Just wanted to make a comment. When I asked the question about, is it 2,114 Kneehill County residents, the answer was correct, or was yes. But that's also using the fudge factor of 3.1. So if it's 1-to-1, then that becomes 682 residents.
Yeah, actually, to tell you the truth, when we asked that question prior to this, I asked Carolyn, and Carolyn told me it was 738 actual MD people that she got a hold of. So the numbers are right, what you're saying. Yeah.
That's 57,000 bucks.
Isn't it? So that's 109, that's 109 bucks per. Now, yeah, and then you want to take that and I guess what do we got, 4,200? So that's another, what, $9 per head? Like, wow. You guys want to do anything with this one, or just accept it as information? Or should we be? Acknowledge.
I guess, yeah, just to acknowledge that we went through the delegate business.
Everybody's okay with acknowledging it? Good? Okay, thanks. Let's go on to number 9, the Division 5 reports. Report or reports?
Sure. Okay, I'll try to be quick. Okay, yeah, so I was just gonna do a quick little update on RMA. We as a council were able to meet with Minister Williams, Minister of Municipal Affairs. The Reeve brought up the viability reviews for municipalities. I think just, we're seeing it more and more all the time. I can't remember if they said there's 5 currently in the province that are happening. So I think as well as we just went through our taxes, I think we're all gonna see in the provincial budget, it's getting harder and harder for folks and for municipalities to remain viable. So just some questions around that, and I think just our comments to him too was, I think as a potential receiving municipality, we just really want to have a seat at the table to that. So Councillor Woodstock spoke about the unpaid oil and gas for municipalities. Again, we've said this before, but we're very lucky here in Kneehill County. Our staff has done an amazing job to collect as much as we can. Not every municipality is in the same boat, so we just, I think, almost are fighting for our neighbors as well, so. And, gosh, what else? I alluded to it earlier, but I had a little speech ready to go for the ministers in regards to FCSS funding, and a couple people beat me to it. But I found the theme of the whole ministerial forum was there's no money, whether it's for STIP funding or for whatever funding, there's nothing for FCSS for anything. And I think Minister Horner mentioned a couple times about being over $9 billion in debt. So yeah, that's the bad news. There's no money. So, you know, I think as we've mentioned just earlier, we've made a very concerted effort to decrease our budget. So I would say good job for our council and administration. So, and big news, Monday, March 30th, from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Please come to the Three Hills Community Center for coffee, cookies, conversation with me. With what? Whatever, yeah. Yeah, so my ratepayer meeting is this coming Monday. So yeah, come on down, and I think the Reeve's gonna bake some cookies and bring them in, and yeah, we'll be, yeah, like I said, I don't always have the answers, but I can usually find somebody that does. So yeah, come on down on Monday.
Thank you. Any other reports or anything? I'll pass the administration, the minutes from the Reeve and Mayor's meeting from, up north, when the RMA, just are on file. Nothing spectacular on them. Okay, you want to go to 11? Do we? Or do you want to go to that first? Let's go to that. Council follow-up action list. Any concerns? Everybody had a chance to look at them? Everybody's okay with them?
Yep.
Okay, accept them. 11.1. Councilor Cunningham?
I'll make a motion to move into closed session for ATI Section 20 and ATI Section 19.
Concerns, questions? 12:41. Meeting to resume. Motion on to come forth. Councillor Olson?
Sorry. I make the motion the council direct administration proceed with the direction regarding 11.2 third-party business, ATIA Section 19 as provided in closed session.
Any concerns or questions on that one? All in favor? Carried. Councillor Anderson?
I move that the council direct administration to cancel taxes in the amount of $12,371.50 for roll number 332-306 to 3,000 pursuant to Section 347 Municipal Government Act on the basis that the taxes resulted from incorrect assessment tax.
Everybody, any questions, concerns? Everybody understands that one? All in favor? Carried. We'll adjourn at 12:43.